It's the perfect time to open twitch.tv. True. All right, so got a nice little Reddit post. The video's up and live, which is wonderful as well. And then we have even more videos that we'll be making today. I do like that. Let's see. All right. Burr, 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 burr. Boom, boom. Here we go. Multi-strike smite died. Sucks to bleed on you and your holy aura was down. You are literally playing hardcore without cleanse on your belt. Cool. Bold. Does this person have a name? Does he not have a name? I didn't realize I didn't have it until I fucking died. So, oftentimes, I describe the difference between hardcore and softcore as in hardcore, you solve a problem before it kills you. And in softcore, you solve a problem with your build after it kills you. You have created a third category. Kudos, kudos. He's the shop man. Do 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 do. I like this audio. I normally play softcore. I hear you. Go bonk this guy. I didn't even did I even try this? I'm not even sure I even tried normal Abberoth. Did I?
The altar of oblivion.
It's the altar of oblivion. It's the thrill of the fight.
So you finally returned to me, and with a guest. But first, prove yourselves worthy.
Abberoth! Face us yourself!
Enough of this.
Literally gross damage.
Entertain my dear sister for a moment.
Traveler, don't worry about me!
The very first time that I did this fight, like the normal Abbey fight, and I killed the first 2 Harbingers, and then the next 4 popped out, I was like, oh shit.
You fight for nothing.
That's so much damage.
Beauty we were denied. Itera turned her back on us. The gods tore
Wow.
us apart.
I impressed myself.
Deserve their fates. We treated the world no better. Death,
You think I could tank it? Maybe I can tank it.
oblivion.
He's not hitting me! Oh, that's gasoline! What the fuck? Literally, like, the nuts perfect spacing.
Arubis, help me.
Should we try to tank it?
Abberoth.
Oh, you know what? I actually need to do this real quick. Hold on. You really think I could tank that? Maybe I can tank that.
Of oblivion.
So, you finally returned to me, and with a guest.
Hair Bear and the
But
perfect
first,
name.
Prove yourselves worthy.
Abberoth! Face us yourself!
Enough of this. Harbingers, entertain my dear sister for a moment.
Traveler, don't worry about me!
Such wasted potential. Oropis would have welcomed you. You fight for nothing! See the beauty we were denied. Terra turned her back on us.
Oh, that's sick.
Gods tore our world apart.
That's sick.
We deserved their fate. We treated the world no better. Death is our legacy. Die! What? No! Oropis! Help me!
That helmet. Is that a 2 LP? Yo, yo, yo. What up, everybody?
No. Atteros. You can rest now.
Alright. Boom, ba, ba, boom, 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 ba, ba, boom. Go here real quick. Boop. Do we know if multi-strike is good now or what? You know what I want to do? I actually want to make a, what do you call it? Melee multi-strike build and see how it goes. Whoops.
I will have it.
Pretend like I've played this game before. I haven't.
The future.
I've literally never played this game.
Still.
I'm embarrassed by my inability to play this game. Hold on.
Yeah.
Monkasteer. Do 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 do. Boop. Yeah, I want to play a melee build. I'm interested. Just in like what it might look like.
The epoch. I will have it. Still so much to learn.
I'm gonna do one more of these. Am I tanky? Yes, I'm tanky.
The epoch. I will have it. Still so much to learn.
Okay. So just a couple good moments to show off there. We got 600 over here. Sure. Oh, they sure are. Pretty nuts. You kind of just stand around, don't take damage. Let's go here. Two LP seed. Oh, that's so good.
Understand nothing, traveler. This means nothing. The end will come.
Creations. Alright. Then we should... let's turn... Hello, I'm back. We should grab a, what do you call it? That woven echo that gives us 1,000 corruption. Good. Oops. What's going on, Chad? How you been? How are you? What are you doing? How was dinner time or breakfast or whatever it is?
I won't go back. I must.
Seed of a Kidrusil? What are you trying to do with it? It's kind of just good in every build. I feel like it's never the wrong choice. Like, percent chance to take 0 damage, you know what I mean? Your very first level 100 character, that's exciting. With Urzul's as a defensive thing, just for mana regen, it's wild. Okay. I like it. Let's do this. Chat, we posted the arena video this morning. And there's a Reddit post up there talking about it as well. Just in case people want to know that that exists. If you're into that kind of content, you should leave a comment or something on the video. If you're not into that content, you should leave a comment in the video saying that you're not into that kind of content. Bzz. Phew. We are looking for a wand upgrade for this character. But even though we're not going to find it today, or rather, we're not going to find it within the next half hour, we're going to hit record and talk about this character as well. Do a little recording as well. Well, like, there's no prize you get for hitting level 100. It's really no big deal. Is there like a Steam achievement? No, I think there's no Steam achievements, right? Isn't there like literally nothing you get for getting like you get a skill point, but like, come on.
Stand down or die. Ha!
Someday, maybe.
Yeah.
Get over here. Oh wait, it's this one. Oops. I chased down the wrong monster. 300 corruption. Congratulations. That's what the game's balanced around, apparently. I don't know about balanced around, but that's the break point for being like a good build. Oh, I think you should just go try Abberoth right now. Is it weird that Abberoth costs a key and Uber Abberoth does not?
Stand down or die.
Is that weird? You die to the first slam? Well, you're not supposed to tank the slam, bucko. Who does that? There were multiple Reddit posts today that went up that I think Kissing responded to. So she's on board with it as well. Talking about increasing the drop rate of Harbinger Eyes. Which I think all around is like a net positive. I think hiding those is kind of like, I don't know. Why bother? Like, why not just let every Harbinger drop one every single time? Like, would that break anything? Every single Harbinger, every single time drops a Harbinger eye. Your problem is you watch content creators? Oh, absolutely it is. I'll stop you right there. To get their builds, then I try the ones that seem good, and you get bored of the one that you're currently playing on. Brutal. Yeah, every single time after 300, maybe. Guaranteed post 300. This is 19 ignites. Should better than this one. It's got cold res as well, which that's like literally an upgrade for my character. Oh, the dream. Yeah, that is a good observation. I like it. This thing is not good enough yet. Reduce bonus damage from critical strikes. Not good enough. T2 and it's got 4 more, so it could be 6 multi? Sure, okay. I need... I need this. And then some Trovers. And again, I wish I could shift click. Trovers like this. And then at the end of it, I want to do a confluence over here. Okay, got it. Let's go this way. Your ignite builds are in min-max or maximize ignite chance and damage. As soon as you started scaling attack speed, the damage is skyrocketed. Yeah. Yeah. You can't neglect the attack speed. Like, attack speed is like literally a more multiplier, right?
Die.
The hunt.
in PoE 1, your ailment builds wanted like attack speed was your quality of life, but like attack speed didn't really scale your damage for an ailment build in PoE 1. I don't know what it looks like these days, but like non-poison stuff's like bleed or something. You want like one big hit, but like in Last Epoch, you get infinite stacks, which means attack speed is just a more multiplier for you. You'd like to have weapons that have a good base attack rates, because their base attack rate is a multiplier to your attack speed as well. Then you want to build attack speed as well. You want to get frenzy, right? That's a weaver sword, so we leave it on the ground. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle. Yeah, people have asked for that for a long time. Transfer. Saying, like, wouldn't it be nice if, like, big bonky builds could also be, like, dot builds? And an example that people bring up with that argument is, like, Earthquake. So, like, Earthquake has these Ignite nodes in it. And, like, you can have, like, Armor Shred becomes Ignite. So, like, you can build a bunch of Armor Shred and, like, your EQ applies it. But it doesn't really make sense because the effectiveness of added damage is so high on EQ. And, like, there is no such thing as, like, effectiveness of ailment chance. So what if your, you know, your big bonky skills had effectiveness of ailment chance? It's like any percent chance to apply an ailment on hits with EQ gets multiplied by 10. You know? Because, like, effectiveness is built into a skill, so why not have, like, you know, dot or ailment effectiveness built into the skill as well? So, like, that'd be one way of going about it. The other way of going about it would be nodes like what are some good examples? Something like specifically gets like more damage over time. So like in Javelin, there's like this node. Deals more damage over time. It's kind of sort of the same thing. So like it's a way of building ailments. Like even if like, so just pretend like you only ever threw one javelin at a time. Okay, but you could have like a javelin build that throws one javelin at a time, and like even though it's not getting like 999 stacks, it still has like compensatory more multipliers like this. Obviously, that's not a good example with Javelin, because Javelin, you definitely throw a lot of them, but you know what I'm trying to say, hopefully. What if big bonky skills that cost a lot of mana? What if they could be played as ailment builds instead of just crit? Because I agree with you. I think that's a playstyle that's lacking in Last Epoch. Like, big bonky, or like, one big dot. The best one big dot build right now is probably just like the branded deception stuff, right? Oh. Let's go here. Time Rod's close enough. Yeah, Time Rod's kind of what I'm talking about, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. One big hit stuff. Kind of a bit Totem build, but I really want to play Spriggan for him. Could something like Storm Totem plus Upheaval Totem from last season still work? Is it not worth it of the bug fix? I don't know. Regarding that bug fix, I'm not sure. Surely there's like a human form totem build that could be functional, right? Surely. You didn't like it? What was lacking with it, Dread?
The Weaver waits.
I assume you're just like putting down Thorn Totem, putting down Storm Totem in the middle, right? Isn't that just like the whole the whole playstyle? Like 1-2, move around, 1-2, move around.
Stand down or die.
Shear and slash.
Love when those get doubled. Let's see. T4 melee physical damage. Good chance poison. T6 melee fire. It's only mostly bad. It's just better to play Storm Totem only. Storm Totem only, like, without Thunder Totem? It's wild. Wolfie, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Let's go here. I just want to see, like, I don't want to see a unique, because I kind of hate fixing things with uniques. But, like, give me a node that has, like, you know, your Storm Totem deals 40% less damage. But you can have 2 of them. Or, like, 45% less damage. Or, fuck it, even 50% less damage, but you can have 2 of them. Honestly, even like 55% less damage, and you can have 2 of them. I would still take that. Come on, just let me have 2 of them, dude. What's the big dealio?
Stand down or die.
Oh, make it a ring? So that you could have 3 with a huge downside. Yeah, sure. I love upside downside stuff. Because then you could like overcome the downside in like cool and interesting ways. Huge fan of that.
Yeah.
Null, yeah, Null's Tooth for Totem, sure. Whoops, that's weird. Oh, I got some DC'd. Whoops. Crazy. A totem that walks with you? I like it. There's a champion affix, isn't there? Oh no, there's a weaver affix. There's a weaver affix that pulls your totem along with you. It's kind of cool. Weird rubber banding going on right now. Not used to experiencing that. You're experiencing that as well? Big mood. You're sad. Wheel. Let's go here. Echo ignites 10. Nothing here. Let's keep going. This stream lag too. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. This is rename. Okay. Yep.
Stand down or die.
Weird him. Ooh. A 2 LP Valdir's Chalice. It's pretty neat. So we're looking for a bright blue highlighted wand. We'll see what we can do. Well, when we were brainstorming what unique item to add to the game, you know, the unique item that ultimately became Pearls of the Swine, the unique amulet. One of the things from Path of Exile that I thought might be interesting in Last Epoch is a unique body armor called Doedre's Skin. It's like a little totem that you place down, and it has a whole bunch of curses on it. It's like, well, like, could we have, like, Doedre's Skin or something? Like, something, you know, themed around Warlock and curses. Or maybe something, like, puts all the curses on you. And then, like, there's an upside for curses placed on you. Which ultimately, you know, you can kind of see echoes of that in the amulet as well, right? Like, upside for a curse placed on you. Is there any trick for imprinting red rings? Yeah, it really helps to be lucky. Coin mill? Nah. Damn.
Yeah.
want something double exalted. Come on. What's the big deal? We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then I guess I should pause real quick. 1, 2, 3, and then we will push another 400 corruption there.
Embrace the flame.
Stand down or die.
Now.
Why do you fight? Ash is all they deserve. Ah! Break with
Click.
parsley.
Keep. What about this? Kind of a flaming sword MTX? Kind of looks cool, doesn't it? I used a staff earlier, and I found out that there's no staff MTX. The only staff MTX is in the supporter pack, I think. There's also no wand MTX. Weird. Not sure how I feel about that. But yeah. It was like their first dose of MTX. I think they did a really good job. I want more, but I think they did a good job so far. Ring. 3 LP. Cool. Dexterity. T7 attributes. I always pick up T7 attributes. Just in case. Boop. We could do a whole bunch of prophecies all on one boss like Jura, and then have them all pop at the same time. Ooh la la. I've seen that meme before, but I kind of want to do it myself. Because I don't really find myself using any of my... any of my juice. And if I'm not using my juice, then using it for a meme seems like a really good use. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Two more over here. I gotta test this. Does it work? Did I just type anything in chat? I think the answer is no. Did I? Ooh, omnipotence.
Finally.
I did. Okay, so I think that platform is messing with me right now. Alright. Oh, there's two boxes on top of each other. Wild. So what that means, like, at least the short term, I can't respond to people on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, sorry. My platform for that is not currently functioning. Oops. What?
Stand down or die.
What? What's happening? Don't tell me that. Don't say those words to me. That makes me sad. Stream died for a second. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's so sad, isn't it? Alright, let's do one more over here. That is sad. Oh my goodness. Oh well. We're gonna keep going. Isn't unfortunate though. Scorching. Looks like we're back. Look like everything's okay. It's still frustrating though. Oh well.
Stand down or die.
Kind of excited to click record for this character. Kind of talk about like what we tried out, what we learned. Technically, this build might be bugged, and I'm gonna mention that like early on in the video. There's one interaction that really catches me off guard. What's the bug? You gotta wait for the video, dog.
Stand down or die.
I don't know if it's a bug, but it certainly took me off guard. And when we talked about it, it seemed like it took other people off guard as well. So, you know. Well, you know. Maybe it's intended. It's one of those last epoch things where, like, even if you have 10,000 hours in the game, you're still just kind of guessing. Ah. Why is there so much loot in the ground? I hate it.
Down or die. Yeah.
A wand with at least 2 of the affixes more than equal to 6. I mean, I have this wand Yeah, that wand fits it. Damn! What's this? Conflict rating. Oh, 20%. 20% is an upgrade. Fire damage over time. This is percent increased damage. So if I did this. 546. Okay. This is tier 6% armor mitigation plus a dot. But this is 2% better. Got a good enchant though. So this is Confluence. Okay, let's do Confluence real quick. About this. Hope this works.
Destruction. My chains return. My chains return. Once more. And when again. Things will be return. The end was come. All the same.
Cool. It's cute. I like it. Belt in here. 1 LP belts. Give me the money. Give me the gold. I need that. Okay, so that is a proper amount of corruption there. Love that. That's okay. Boop.
This broken world will not mourn you.
How's that damage looking? Cool. Click. What's this? 290, so 313. Keep it. Keep it. When's the last time you used a Logi's Hunger? Have you ever used a Logi's Hunger? Have you ever used one? No. Oh, rings? Let's see. So I need ring 3. Got it. Click this. Rarity. Exalted. Where's wand? My wands are all filled up. Can I go T6? What's T6 in here? T6 lightning. Double T6. about that. Boop boop. Okay. Alright. In we go. Yo, what's that lag for? Okay. I need footage, man. Gotta kill monsters. Pew pew. Give me that. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Click, click. Alright. Need that B-roll, baby. What is this? Burn fields, burn fields. I'll do like one more of these, right? Oh, I need this. Havocs, redemptions. I might run out of Havocs and redemptions. I use them kind of loosey-goosey. I feel like I use them all the time. Maybe I'll run out someday. We kill like a few more monsters here. It'll be fun, I promise. Alright. That seems good enough. That'll be the end of B-roll footage. Where I kill monsters and show what the build looks like. What are we looking for here? Well, wands, I suppose, is the answer to that question. Alright, good. I don't think buying 1,000,000 favor and COF worth of Exalted Wand Prophecies is the right choice. I kind of want to do it anyways, but I really don't think it's the right choice. Because, like, I'm not looking for, like, a single tier 7 attribute. Or a tier 7 stat. And, like, is an Exalted Wand Prophecy ever going to give me, like, something good? If I needed, like, one single T7 stat, maybe? I guess? It really does not seem hard to get, like, one singular T7 stat, if that's the kind of thing you're looking for. Oh, I died. Whew, that hasn't happened in a while. Cool. Let's go this way. I think that's my first death. Not like actual first death. We've died seldomly enough that I know what's killed us. We died to DC, where a character just like stood still and did nothing, and then when we loaded back in, we were dead. And then we've died to throwing our corpse at Abberoth for a while. To like learn the fight on this character. Cool, dude. I like that. I wonder if I died to Deadly. I may have. Did I do Abberoth? Sure did, baby. We've even made more upgrades since then. You can't... No, we did. We killed Abberoth in this character. And we've also made upgrades on the character since then. I'm serious, man. Yeah, it's sick. It's not like an Abberoth farmer by any stretch of the imagination, but like we did. And it was sweet. How long did it take? I don't know. So it's kind of a funny story because someone in Twitch chat was asking like, can this character do Abberoth? And my response was, well, that's the intent. I said we're gonna do Abberoth at some point. Like we're trying to gear up our character to like try to get there at some point. And then I said, here, let me do an Abberoth real quick, so I can show you like what our progress is so far and how close we are to being able to do it. And then we just did it. Yeah. Cool story, bro. Put this thing in there. Wait, what the fuck? Firm, yes, okay. Alright. What are we speccing into? I don't know. You could probably hide those, but whatever. What did I take last? Oh, I took this thing. Armor mitigation applies to dots. I think that's good. There's more damage. Like you could drop all the life bullshit and just like take ignite and attack speed. Go more attack speed. Yo, y'all want attack speed?
Yeah.
Let's go here. Wow. Tonk responded to the YouTube video. He said he was kind of disappointed that his apparently he randomly just decided to hop into arena one day and see how well he can do. And he was disappointed to see that was the rank 1 marksman in solo. He's like, man. Part of the arena meta, so to speak, is that people don't play arena. So, like, EHG doesn't really, you know, like, publicize it. They don't really hype it up. They don't really talk about it. It's just kind of there. Yeah. And there's no reason to do it. So... Arena who? Exactly. It's like PoE PvP? Yeah, I guess so. But there's also no achievements. So it's like somehow even less relevant than PoE PvP.
Stand down.
How am I gonna find a good wand upgrade? I just don't know. What would a vengeance build look like? Depends what kind of damage you want to deal, really. It all depends. You're trying to go crit? Trying to go forged weapons? Are you trying to go bleed? You're trying to go ignite? Crit melee fire damage. Fire sounds like a good choice because there's conversion in it and it gives you the same base fire damage as healing hands. So I like the idea of going melee crit fire. You would use an Eye of Reen. Almost undoubtedly. You'd also probably be using the mace. So like you go Vengeance Mace in your main hand and then like Eye of Reen in your offhand. And you'd be dual wielding, which you can probably get away with because Vengeance offers you a bunch of extra DR. So surely you'd be able to get away with dual wielding in that particular setup. And then you would... you'd have to sort out your critical strike chance. Figure out like how much flat crit chance you have. There you go, this thing right here. Renegade's Will. You have to figure out like how much flat crit do you need. Do you want to go like peak the mountain, for example?
Stand down.
Like, do you want to be able to leech from crits, or do you want to rely on healing hands healing you instead? I would imagine you probably want to go crit, but you'd have to figure that out for yourself. You'd have to figure out, do you want to be an attribute stacker? So, like, basically, are you going to go Red Ring and enable Red Ring with a bunch of attributes? Or are you not going to? What does Vengeance scale off of? It's strength scaling. So strength scaling, you could consider going like a rare chess piece, or I guess an exalted chess piece, and like try to go like last bear stuff. Probably don't want to go last bear. And like my rationale for saying you probably want to go last bear for like the plus 30 strength. It's like, yeah, plus 30 strength is good with like, you know, it gives you strength, gives you percent increased damage, gives you like attributes for Red Ring. On the other hand, you could just use something like a Null Portent for defense, and then you probably go like Seed of Echidrosil for your helmet. So Vengeance has stats, or it has a like a body armor affix, I think, for mana gained when you use Vengeance and hit an enemy, and then you also have like the 5 points in the beginning of the Sentinel tree. So like any Vengeance build that's not using its mana for something else, I would imagine we would go Seed of Echidrosil for extra defense. So like between Vengeance giving you a less damage taken multiplier and Null Portent, and you'd probably be using Immortal Vise because it has melee attack speed on it. You'd probably be using Shattered Worlds because, I don't know, you're a gamer and you have access to Shattered Worlds. Between all of those things, like your dual wield build probably feels plenty fine. And then at that point, it's like a matter of like how much damage can you crank into it. So is it good It's probably fine. I don't know how good it is, but it's probably fine. Your clear would look a little bit like mine, but worse. Because I have like all the smites and the electrify proliferation going on. But you be tanky as fuck, right? So those are some of the decisions you have to make for that build. Let's give Bear gives endurance, mana, not strong strength on the chest piece. No, the point is you go like triple for the plus 30 strength, but I'm advocating against it because you probably want to go like null portent here, and then a kid just still up top, and then your gloves are gonna be like immortal vise. And like when I say that you're kind of just playing with Legos when it comes to build creation, like that's kind of what I mean, right? Like if you want to be, ooh, I might die, just to be like DCing or something. When I say you're kind of like playing with Legos, like okay, so fire crit, like well, Ivorine is super strong. And like the mace that gives you plus levels to vengeance, also quite strong. Oh my god, I got lobbed by that necrotic projectile. Holy shit. Whew. That surprises me. Is that the same monster that killed me twice? God, those guys are really dangerous, huh? I only have 83 necrotic res too. Interesting. Man, those guys are super dangerous. Should I unspec them? What's the benefit of having this thing spec'd? I could get more boots. My boots are fine though, aren't they? Take these nodes out. What about that? What's this? Dungeon key charms. Woven echoes. Increase pack size. If I do that and like respec 1 point here and then 1 more point up here. I'll do that. Yeah, but like I have a bunch of them already, Ginger, and like I already don't use them. Love the bluey shirt? Yeah, dude. It's a laundry day.
Stand down or die.
Oh, whoops.
Stand down or die.
37. Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Yeah.
Click.
Eternal flame. Be engulfed. No. The flame is fading. Why do you fight?
I'm not sold on that sword, MTX.
Break before me! Abberoth will end you.
Beep, 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 beep. I need a cemetery real quick, don't I? That's alright. I missed a question from Cobalt here. I apologize. I'm gonna answer it just in case you're still here. You said new to the game, just picked it up last week, so I was wondering what class am I playing? The class that I'm playing right now is a Paladin. I'm a Sentinel. I started with Sentinel. I went Paladin. And this is a Electrify build. So it's an ailment build. I'm trying to apply a whole bunch of Electrify stacks. Electrify is like it's like Bleed or Ignite. It's an ailment that deals lightning damage over time. It's not melee damage, it's not spell damage. We just have like a bunch of chance to apply Electrify on hits. And then we attack really fast, scale that damage. Get this guy out of here. How much LP is this thing? It's only 2? Yuck. Yuck. I want a cemetery so that I can do another Uber. So I'm gonna record it. Our build could be better, unfortunately. But this is kind of what I'm working with.
Stand down or die.
Not perfect gear. There's no secret way to make Entangling Roots deal damage. No, there's not. Currently, Entangling Roots is there for its buffs to minions. Minions, totems, stuff like that. Lucky Praetorian belts. All 3 gen. 7, 6. My belt could be so much better. It's a 7. 61 fortune potential. If I did this, I took okay. So then, if I went like this, I've got no hybrid affixes. What the fuck? I know you hate what I'm doing. Just try not to. Okay, so I do this. I can go Havoc. It's fine. That's minus 50 health. It's minus 50 health, huh? Wait, no. I don't know how to count. It's plus 50 health. Oh. I'm an idiot. Yes. Okay, shut up. Don't talk to me. So for prefixes, there's lightning, Ellie dot. That's it? Lightning Ellie dot? Uh-oh. Okay. It's 103. So it's currently an upgrade in a couple different ways. What would really seal the deal is this thing hitting. It has to hit exactly lightning. Cleanse is fine. Potion slot's technically fine as well. Poison's fucking garbage, baby. 103, 109. I should almost copy this, but yeah, whatever. Is that good enough? It could be a lot better. I'm just gonna leave it. Like, oh, whoops. Ring. Whoops. All these stash tabs are like totally full. Is my belt stash tab full? Wait, what the fuck? Exalted belt. Oh. Type. Whoops. Ring. There we go. That's better. Okay. So it's better, I guess. Not OP, but it is better. Go this way. Not OP, but it is better. I just use hybrid life affixes all the time. But like, what am I gonna do? Add? I guess what you could do is add like if there's an item that has like at least 5 tiers of hybrid life, or at least like 4 tiers of hybrid life, you add it to your loot filter. And then like you just like pick it up and shatter it. Like it's a tiny bit tedious, but you might be willing to do it.
You think you can best me?
Like I just shattered what, 2 tier 7 hybrid life gloves or boots rather, right? Well, maybe I am in the market for that. Okay, let's go do this real quick. Bloop, bloop. I've done this live in. Ooh, a PDT. Look at that.
My brilliance is unequaled. Ah! I did nothing wrong.
I know that my wand is just kind of mediocre. Yeah. How does more spell damage scale versus increased damage? I don't... What? Are you asking how does more versus increase works? Yes. More is a multiplier. Increased is a multiplier as well. Every source of increased adds. Every source of more is its own distinct more multiplier. So if you have 0% increased damage and also 0% more damage, the first 10% increase will be exactly the same as your first 10% more. Does that make sense? So once you add together every single source of increase, you numerically add those all together, and that is a more multiplier. But every single more multiplier is its own distinct more multiplier. So each one multiplies.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
Birching? I like the armored ones, okay. Okay. Oops. I had Foot of the Mountain on the whole time. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Let's go Threshold right here. And then I think I will probably just do this again, right? Another Folly there. Some troves. Oops. Oh well, it's fine. Let's see, where was that 1/3? 100%. Increase damage over time. Endurance. Nope. Alright, so let's see how this goes. We've killed Uber before. If I can get it on, like, if I can record it, that'd be really convenient, wouldn't it? So I'm gonna go ahead and try that real quick.
Such wasted potential. Orobis would have welcomed you. You fight for nothing. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. You fight for nothing! See the beauty we were denied. Itera turned her back on us.
He
Darkness
finally found peace. Pity.
Dodge this!
We got worthless.
Abberoth!
The void comes. Weak and worthless. The gods tore our world apart. They deserve their fates. We can work. Worthless.
Oh, he clipped me right there with my feet? That's so brutal. I can clip it and download it. Clipping and downloading via Twitch is a real pain in the ass. Also, I'd love to know that I can do it again. You know what I mean? This is also just fun.
Such wasted potential. Oral beasts would have welcomed you.
Yeah, fuck.
You fight for nothing. We got worthless. The void comes. We got worthless. You fight for nothing. See the beauty we were denied. Terror turned her back on us.
No master
Darkness
greater than
reigns.
Orbis.
Coward!
The void comes.
I am one of many.
A strat for dodging things is simply don't. What do you think about that?
Embrace oblivion. The gods tore our world apart. They deserve their fate.
I tanked that? That's like unbelievable.
Void hungers. We got worthless.
Alright, so I might be pushing the tankiness a little bit.
We got worthless. We treated the world no
Nope,
better.
dead.
Is our legacy.
Alright. So maybe the strat of get hit by literally everything. Like it is an impressive display of tankiness. But what if I didn't get hit by literally everything? Alright.
Such wasted potential.
How did I do this the first time?
Welcomed you. You fight for nothing. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. You fight for nothing.
I've never played this game a day in my life. There's some paladin builds that like using Vessel of Strife.
Such wasted potential.
To me, those are kind of fun to experiment with. Oh, fuck my life.
You fight for nothing. Weak and worthless.
Like, I don't want to stand in the laser if I don't have to.
The void comes. You fight for nothing. See the beauty we were denied. In terror turned her back on us. Embrace.
Finally found peace. Pity.
Dodge this!
The void comes.
Coward! You are
Weak and
nothing.
worthless.
God damn it, the hitbox is so bad. Is this the first time? No, it's not. We've done a lot of Uber Abberoth farming on a different character. And we've killed Uber on this character before. We're just trying to do it again.
Such wasted potential. Orbis would have welcomed you. You fight for nothing. Yeah. Weak and worthless.
Nope, I'm so tanky. Alright. Trying to like evade, roll out of it. Yeah. Seems good for a legit character. You mean like not a boss killer kind of thing?
Orbis would have welcomed you. You fight for nothing. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. Weak and worthless. You fight for nothing. See the beauty we were denied. The terror turned her back on us.
No master greater than Orbis.
The void hungers. Weak and worthless. Embrace oblivion.
There you go, that's better.
I am one.
Why did he delay his suck for so long? God, he's in such a bad spot right now. It's like crazy. There we go. It's better. Hello, friend.
Tore our world apart. They deserve their fates. The void comes. Wicked worthless. Darkness reigns.
Oh my God. Whoa. Dangerous.
The void hungers. We got worthless. We treated the world no better.
There we go. Okay.
Death is our legacy. Oblivion, you will be forgotten.
Yeah, 500 mil HP. Oh, I. All right, let's do it again. Do 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 do. Boop. No, sorry, 50 mil. 50 mil HP plus ward break points.
Potential.
These ward break points are his health bar, aren't they? I don't know. I don't know what the word break points are. But
For nothing.
normal Abby is 5 mil. This is 50 mil, so it's 10 times. 50 mil is the correct number.
You fight for nothing. See the beauty we were denied. Terra turned her back on us. Embrace
Finally found peace. Pity. Abberoth lied to us.
the void hungers. Weak and worthless. The void hungers. The gods tore our world apart. They deserve their fate. Embrace oblivion. Weak and worthless.
Not really an ideal place to be, but
We treated the world no better. Death is our legacy. A dead god.
oh shit, we're on this phase? I'm not even paying attention, dude. I didn't even know what phase we were on. I thought we were on the other phase. Oh no. I thought we were on the one before this.
The void comes. Oblivion. The world called to our abyss. This is his answer. The void hungers. Hope will not save you. You fight for nothing. Weak and worthless. Oh, will not save you. Weak and worthless. The void hungers.
Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. No! I was too far away. Oh, no. I was too far away and I wasn't smiting myself anymore. Oops. Alright. I'll do it again. Alright. Well, I also got hit for totally no reason by the minus res. Like, completely, my brain didn't recognize what phase I was on.
Such wasted potential. Or Abyss would have
Which, of course, means we take percent increased damage. Even though we're still overcapped because we're using the body armor.
You fight for nothing. The void comes. Weak and worthless.
Owl pet incoming, baby.
You fight for nothing. See the beauty we were denied. Itera turned her back on us.
No master greater than Orobase.
The void comes. Darkness reigns.
Why did he wait so long to use this attack right here? It should have happened, like, much sooner. Normally, it's the very first attack that he uses during the phase.
Weak and worthless.
Maybe it's because I'm normally standing farther away from him. That could be it.
The void hungers. Weak and worthless.
What? My rebuke didn't go off? Okay, I'm learning things here. Boop. Doing the shield bash build? Do you want to bonk enemies? Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Such wasted potential. Abyss would have welcomed you. You fight for nothing.
God, he's got so much fucking ward. Like, I know, like, obviously he has tons of ward.
The void comes. Weak and worthless.
What? I hate that attack so much. How could my character possibly be standing in both AoEs? That's not how that attack is supposed to work.
Such wasted potential. Oropis would have welcomed you.
That was like a terrible phase 1, isn't it?
For nothing.
What a bad phase. Can I just like die?
The void.
I'm just gonna leave. Hold on. Damage is kind of low. You should get like half damage.
Such wasted potential.
We played this build with a shield for a long time until we started thinking about Uber Abberoth. Like Uber Abbey is really the only reason to like be dual wielding.
For nothing.
Like you definitely have enough damage for everything else in the game. It is insane that you can be hit by all 3 of those. I just...
You fight for nothing. See the beauty we were denied. Terra turned her back on us. The void hungers.
Dodge this! Coward! Nothing.
The gods tore our world apart. They deserve their fates. Weak and worthless. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. Darkness reigns. We treated the world no
Okay, so now we got the thing.
is our
I really fucked up that left side of the arena there, didn't we?
You will be forgotten. The void comes. Abberoth, die. Weak and worthless. Oblivion.
Such a brutal place for him to stand.
The world called to Orbis. This is his answer. The void comes. The void comes. You fight for nothing. The void comes. Weak and worthless. Oh, You fight for nothing. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. No escape. What? No.
Yikes.
Help me.
All right. GG. All right. 1 reduced, 18% more, increase. Yeah, it's fine. Like, with regards to this boss fight, it's kind of just a worse version of the Judgment build. Because, like, it kind of plays the same, right? It's like an LE dot build, attack speed, and then just, like, tank it out and cleanse yourself over and over, right? Still cool, though. Let's go over here. We did it! Hooray! Still fun. Still like it. But lasers? What about lasers? Oh, the build? I mean, I love the build. The build's sick. I've heard people say that, like, they wanted to play the Judgment build, but then they just, like, stopped playing it because they didn't like the clear speed of it. Or they didn't like, you know, the gameplay or killing echoes. Like, it's definitely super tanky. I don't know. I seem to be enjoying this build more than the Judgment gamers were enjoying their build. So I count that as a plus. You hate it? Brutal. Sorry. I know this sounds like a weird thing to say. I'm kind of interested in, like, taking worse builds to Uber Abberoth more than I am interested in, like, taking better builds to Uber. Because, like, I know, like, builds that can do it. And I know good builds can do it. But there's kind of this element of discovery, like, well, can the bad builds do it too? Get out of here. Grab this thing real quick. Devotion amulet, what about it? Yeah, if you want to take this build and investigate what it would look like as a hybrid, I think that'd be really interesting. I don't know if it'd be good, but, like, it would definitely be interesting. It would be worth someone's time to do it. If they wanted to, like, iterate on this build. Ooh, look at these. Perfect, okay. One of those might be a new wand for us, we'll see. Podcast uploaded. Oh, and it's Monday. It's perfect. Love Mondays. Blade Master next. I also play games for fun. I know. Total casual. I don't like, is there like a fun thing to do on Blade Dancer right now? Like if there is, sign me up, but I don't know if there is. Hungering Souls?
Stand down or die.
Yeah, probably. You want to go play Hungering Souls? If you play Merchant's Guild, you can do this way faster than I can. Yeah, Serpent Strike. Serpent Strike back on the menu. It was a fun conversation yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going with no leech. PDT 1 LP.
Cold as death. Vengeful rhyme.
Bzzz. Alright, what you got? You dancing strikes? That's pretty cool. What corruption you farming? Like if there's like a good dancing strikes build, really exciting, isn't it? So we have 7-7 right here. Okay, this is it right here. We got third. It fucking dropped with 13 potential? Fucking my bad for imprinting something that has low forging potential. What a huge misplay. Holy shit, I'm an idiot. Wow, that's miserable. Alright. It's okay. Redemption. We're gonna redeem this into like crit multi Ellie dot. Almost. Really close, actually. This is 7-6? Alright, well, fuck my life. Oh, that's so stupid. I mean, it's not stupid. It's exactly how it works. But it's frustrating. Whoops. What was that? It was a Shattered Worlds. This one? Wait, no. It's exactly how it works. Oops. I guess I just didn't realize that the item that I imprinted
Stand. Yeah.
was 0 forging potential. Did I try Uber on this build? Yeah, we killed it twice. It's it takes time. It is possible. Oh, we were dual wielding the whole time. We were fucking tanky, frankly. We got hit by basically everything. I'm really happy with the defenses of this build, given that we're dual wielding. That's one of the reasons that I'm excited to make the video for the character. Oh, my video's turned. Hello. Speaking of video, hello video. Speaking of video. There they are. Hello, friends. Bzz. Okay. Man, do I have anything that's like double T7? T7. Like, if any of these has like 2 purples on it. This one. I typed in T7 and I got double T6. Don't know how this game works sometimes. Double T7 with 0. 7-6 with 0. 6-6. I guess it wasn't highlighted, that's why. Wait. Right. Right. 6-6. 6-6 again. 6-6. Oh, this is 7. Okay, so this is 7-7. Ignite on hits. Lightning penetration, like ignite on hit. Okay, like this. I guess I really do want as much forward potential as possible, huh? Alright, let's imprint this one instead. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Why Orion Sunseal? Because it has text on it, I guess. What would you rather go? Red Ring. We thought about Red Ring. I didn't think it was a good choice to go Red Ring. Weird. I didn't think it was a good choice to go Red Ring. Because I didn't want to get up to that amount of attributes. Was that like half health or something? Yeah, what ring would you rather use instead? Maybe a Cleaver Solution? Cleaver Solution doesn't really do anything for us. I could use like a one-handed mace too if you want, but is there a reason why Cleaver Solution? Or are we just like listing off items at this point?
Stand down or die.
Wait. Just make the stats come faster? So that would cost me my build, and it would net me 20 attributes currently. The build is wand plus sword. If you change that aspect of the build, then it's just like a different build. Boom, 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 boom. Which is fine. I don't really know what cleaver does for you. Like if you wanted to go red ring, you would go double red ring. You'd probably want stats on those red rings as well, for like attunement, and like you go attunement stacking. And if you're attunement stacking, you might also be interested in going like Vessel of Strife plus Wall of Nothing.
Obey the rod. The weaver way.
Because if you're stacking attunement, you get endurance threshold per attunement. And then you're also getting endurance threshold per uncapped. And then you're getting like health regen here, health regen here. So like you could retool this build as one that uses ward, stacks attunement, uses red ring. And then maybe you go cleaver. But I think even at that point, like cleaver is going to cost you a lot of damage. That's one of the things that we'll talk about during the video too. Because we're specifically using a wand. Would Sunwreath be usable? I don't think Sunwreath does much. It gives us ignite on melee hit. And like the brunt of our damage is going to come from smite. So you'd be using it instead of, ouch. You'd be using it instead of one of my other rings.
My work is
And to me, the +2 levels to Symbols of Hope seems really good. Along with, like, you know, the bonus defenses and whatnot. How about double Osirian? You could double Osirian. I wouldn't mind that. This is 60% chance to electrify on hit. I like that. Yeah. You like Seal here? I like Seal here too. It's pretty cool. It's good defense. It pops a bunch. +2 symbols mean +2 levels? Yeah, I mean +2 levels, correct. Indeed. Holy gamers! T7 melee fizz? It's a real item right there. Ta-da, we did it. I'm never going to use it, to be clear, but it's a real item. It counts. That one doesn't. You might do the attunement stacking thing, yeah. Like you go Vessel instead of Shattered Worlds. You go Wall of Nothing instead of Null Portent. You'd gear for ward stuff, health regen, and attunement. Yeah. So the reason that I don't like that is that we are currently we have no leech in this build at all. We gave it up. And instead we're just like relying on smite to heal us. Really feels fine. You can like grab these nodes over here, but like it's a real pain. Is there a VK version of this? I think the VK version of this is just crit smite. And it's got like crit smite is Gazunga damage. Yeah. Morph, you were playing Crit Smite as a VK. Like, I think you were dual wield too. Give me like a 5-second answer, like comparing these two builds. How's my clear compared to yours? And flex on me how fast you can kill Uber. Well, not Crit Smite Paladin, Crit Smite VK.
Yeah.
I suspect that my clear speed is a lot better. My clear speed feels really good. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Up to 1k, you can literally just clear with Devouring Orbs? Alright. That's a really good point. Unfortunately, that's a really good point. Well, just like spawn on VK. Yeah, it's the same build, but crit smite instead.
I must break free.
Ooh, a 2 LP. Look at that.
Stand down or die.
Listen, this build's shiny. I like it. Oh man. 3 LP Snowblind. You'd like to see a very cool Warlock build? I think the cool Warlock build right now is the Witchfire Relic. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Isn't Witchfire a trap? I didn't think it was. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it Uber Abbey? No idea. I got no clue, baby. Look at this 2 LP here. Yo. It's so sick. What an amazing amulet. The lightning one? You mean the cosmic smite, right? The one that I'm using here as well? Or do you mean like lightning conversion? I like the lightning conversion one too. Yeah, I like that. I got no problems with it. I don't really like the red one. It's a vibe for sure. But I like the lightning one. I like this cosmic one. I think the cosmic one looks sick. Does Dread only play Last Epoch when other people stop playing? Yes. As Dread spokesperson, I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, that's true. Okay, maybe. Bum, 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 bum. Such a beautiful build. Completely agree. This build makes me want to log in and then continue playing for a long period of time and put off doing other things so that I can play this build more often. I really like how pretty it is. Does it work with crab ring? It sure does, baby. Your crab's probably gonna die a lot, but yeah, it works. Works with any minion. It works with bees per second. Works with the bee belt to summon bees. Works with totems. Works with minions. Does not work with Falcon. Your minion needs to be able to take damage, and Falcon is unable to take damage, so it does not work there. What's this thing? Oop. 36, 37. The double T6. 7, 7 with 37 on it. What's technically better? Technically better. Oh, that guy hurts. Easy but expensive. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna hit record and make a video when we do 2 more echoes. I'm gonna finish off these woven echoes that we placed. Ow. I suspect you want more than that, right? 700 is like not a lot.
Freedom at last! I did nothing wrong.
These guys that off-screen me with like big bowling balls of fire damage. They're spooky, aren't they? Shadow Worlds I put in there, right? Place this thing. Click, click, click.
Lightning cracks.
A 2 LP slab? We really did it, didn't we? What is this? This is double T6. Yeah, it's pretty far away from what I want, huh? Boop. So this was our folly. So I've got 2 more to do down here, technically, and I'll just like do this one later, I guess. All right. How much LP was that? 3 LP? It's a real item. I like that item.
Yeah.
To pieces.
Ha!
There you are.
Stand
You
down.
wanna play Death Knight? Wasn't there like some video on YouTube of like someone playing Death Knights and like it looked really good? What was the story with that? Did I miss that moment? Who was on Reddit recently talking about Death Knights?
Yeah. Stand down or die.
Are there imaginary items? What does that mean? Offline there are. If that's what you mean.
Stand down or die.
Offline there's anything you want.
Yeah. Ha!
Oh, not real versus fake. Real versus imaginary. Like real versus fake. Like items that don't really exist, they don't really do anything.
Yeah.
Like unique items that even if they have 4 LP, you still might never use them. It's like, it's not a real item. It's a fake item. Guess I'll grab a scepter. Alright, one more to go, right? Should I do a boss first? Praetorian Belt. 7-6. 220 ward gained. 1-1. Maybe? Yo, what is this thing? 7-6-7? I've got 56 redemptions in a dream. Imagine this dodge rating was like either health roll. For this thing, it's 7, 6. Yeah, all right. Just kidding. All right, last one. Should we spend any time on melee multi-strike?
Stand down or die.
Is there a melee multi-strike build to be discovered?
Stand down or die. Ha!
Surely you'd go VK, right? Is there even a consideration that you go like one of the other two masteries? I don't think Master Swords in chat. It might be. I'm pretty sure he was even trying out Forge Guard multi-strike.
Stand down or...
Removal add Havoc Seal. Praetorian Belt, nothing. Okay. Maxwell already has a build for it. All right, I guess I never need to do it then. GG. Job's already done, baby. Why even bother playing the game? Hey. That saves me a lot of time. Nice.
Stand down or die.
God bless the Simpsons. Boop. All right. Let's go here. Oops.
Burn, eternal flames consume you. My soul.
Yeah, Phalanx has pretty questionable single target damage, but the clear speed is nuts.
Broken world will not mourn you.
Keep. Okay. My point of reference for that is Cursed Boy. He's a smaller content creator that does Twitch and YouTube, and he was messing around with Phalanx in Merchant's Guild.
Strongest burn the brightest.
Rive, what do you mean? How about Rive?
You fight! Ash is all they deserve! Ashes to ashes!
Rive's really not really new. Like the VK Rive is better than it used to be, but like it's not like new. It's kind of like this same build.
To Abberoth!
Beep 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 beep. Are we good? Good. Let's grab a couple items here. This. Like T7 crit multi, sure. With 3 LP? Me too. Why is it so bad? Is it bad? I thought it was good. Ugh. Let's grab a few more items here. We got 2 LPs somewhere, right? There we go. I got a 2 LP somewhere, God bless. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's a sick build. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Static shell. I wouldn't go static shell. I think you need something like more defensive to make up for dual wielding. In my opinion, I could grab it though. I like talk about it. God, I don't even have an LP static shell. That's wild. Oh. Really? I wonder if that's true. Is there anything else that I want to talk about instead? Oh. No, not really? Alright. Let's go over here. Click record. Beep, 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 beep. The Weaver Amulet in this build? I wouldn't use it. It's good. It's got text on it. It's a Weaver item, which means I hate it. But, you know. There's a lot of things I want to talk about. Hopefully I can do a good enough job of this. Close this. I want to talk about leveling the build at some point. Oh. Alright. It's like a couple things I want to touch on. And we'll see if we can just like talk? Yap? Yapping's fun. Don't talk don't we talk about Raid Shadow Legends. True. Alright. I'm out of practice. But we're gonna try our best, okay? Do it. Hello YouTube and welcome back. I've got a great build for you here today, and I've got a nice story that goes along with it. So at face value, this is a multi-strike, multi-smite paladin build, scaling electrify. We're not doing spell damage, so we're not using something like a devotion amulet. We're not trying to keep our mana nice and low for that purpose. This is a super clean league start build or a season start build. Like, you can play this build from absolutely zero and scale it up just like I did here. The caveat on that point, of course, is that the Uber Abberoth endgame unique items, I had those ahead of time, so I just slapped them into this build, and it turns out they work very well. But outside of that, I think this build is amazing on zero budget, and it's scaled up very well, and it ended up being the favorite build that I've played so far on the 1.2 patch with the addition of Uber Abberoth here. So I want to talk a little bit about why I played this build, some of the things that really stand out to me, one potential bug that might be in the build as well, and then kind of like talk about the leveling stuff and some alternatives, especially like gearing alternatives when it comes to this build as well. If you're interested in iterating on this build and taking this build and seeing what you could do with it instead, there's lots of little pivot points that we'll talk about during the gearing section later. So very first thing that I want to talk about is why I played this build. I started out playing a Smite Fissure build at the very beginning of patch 1.2, and I wanted something that could take on Uber Abberoth so that I could learn the fight, have a guaranteed kill where the build's not getting in the way, it's just me not having player skill getting in the way. So I could learn the fight, get better, and have some kind of build that I know allows me to do that. So the first build that I knew about was Uber Abberoth's, the first softcore kill was Erasing Strike. So I pivoted over to a VK Erasing Strike build. I bonked my way all the way to Uber Abberoth. I got a pretty good version of that build, and I farmed the boss for quite a few days because it was a lot of fun for me to play that character. My second goal of patch 1.2 was to do some kind of like off-meta build, something that is not like an established character, something that I can brainstorm and take to Uber Abberoth myself because I already know the fight because I played Erasing Strike in the past. So this is my attempt at that. I had a couple of different builds that I pivoted off of into this, and not only is this build absolutely beautiful, so it's kind of addicting for me to actually play the character, but it has really good offense, some interesting defense, it dual wields, and it's not garbage by dual wielding, which really stands out as a highlight to me. We'll get to that in just a moment. yeah, this build checks a lot of boxes. If you've seen my content on YouTube before, you'll know that I've done some like this is the most beautiful build in Last Epoch, doing some like healing hands, divine bolt stuff. If you want to spend 1 skill point and make this build feel similar to that build, you can do that as well. I pivoted off that because I wanted as much damage as possible, but strictly speaking, if you want some divine bolts in there, spreading electrify stacks for you, yeah, you can absolutely do that, and it makes the build even prettier. So this build's great. I've been enjoying it a lot. It has really nice clear speed, lots of quality of life. It is able to get to Uber Abberoth. If you're interested in something that puts Uber Abberoth on farm, go play Falconer, go play something that kills Uber Abberoth in 50 seconds or 60 seconds. Don't play this. But it can. So that was my personal goal there. So before we talk about interesting offenses and defenses, I want to say some other things here. So there might be a bug in this build. Whew. Okay, let's go punch the damage dummy, or the training dummy, and show off what the bug in this build might be. All right, so pivoting over to our character here, we're looking at the Champion's Gates. So we're gonna punch this for just a second. I have my foot of the mountain here, so I'm going to be standing still. And let's just hold down right click. We're not going to worry about clicking holy aura or anything like that. But we're just going to see what kind of damage numbers pop up. So you see like 7.3 mil is like the highest number that I see. The 7.4 maybe. What else is in there? 7.0 if I hold up on right click. Okay, so you see those kinds of numbers. And you see the boss training dummy is taking a lot of DPS here. So let me remove a node real quick. In Smite, we have this node called Unbalanced Scale. Typically, you'd spec into this, and then one of the benefits of going Lightning is you get this because it gives you very good clear speed. So it says Smite hits also have a Lightning Bolt cast at 3 nearby enemies, dealing lightning damage. It doesn't say other enemies. I certainly thought that this node was other enemies. But for just a moment, if I take that node off, you'll notice that my damage is quite a bit lower. So I'll hold down right click for another 5 seconds here. Huh. It's like 5 mil was like the highest number that I saw. 4.2 when I hold up right click. So I and other people that I've talked to certainly thought that this node was only other enemies, but it doesn't say other enemies. So it might be a bug, might not be a bug. Maybe it's intended that this hits on single or like double hits on single target as well. I didn't know that. So maybe at least one of you didn't also know that. But your brains are bigger than mine, so you all obviously knew that. So obviously common knowledge, don't worry about it. All right, so take that node, it gives you significantly more damage. Got it. Let's talk about interesting offensive stuff, and then we'll talk about interesting defensive stuff after that. The earliest iteration of this build for me was using a Aurelius, and listen, you're gonna see my my skill points click around a little bit, but let's put this thing over here. So my I had an Aurelius, and then I had a Countenance of Majasa Shield, and then in my Paladin Mastery, I spec'd into all the different block stuff. This is an absolutely crazy amount of tankiness. You can easily get to 100% block chance with the help of a block chance blessing, and then you just have smites going off whenever you get hit because you're going to spend points into Vengeful as well. So 100% chance to retaliate on hit. And like even if you AFK and go respond to your boyfriend or girlfriend talking to you, your character is still just smiting things around them and not dying because he's so incredibly tanky. So this is a lot of damage, or sorry, a lot of tankiness. We're talking about offense though. So after this, we kind of capped out on how much damage we were getting, and we were thinking, how do we get even more damage than this? So we pivoted into one of the new items introduced in patch 1.2, which is Weaver's Gift. And I happen to have one here that has a lot of crit multi, some lightning damage, and it also has some pretty good rolls, or I guess pretty bad rolls of the penetration as the very bottom line of text, along with chance to electrify on hit. So not electrify on spell hit, but electrify on any hit, and we have lots of individual hits here. So the crit multi is important, of course, because in the Paladin skill tree, we say more lightning damage over time per 2% crit multi. So putting this thing on gives us a nice way of scaling damage, gives us a little bit of duration, and then importantly, it also gives us damage leached as health from damage over time. So this is an option for you for like how to, build your character if you'd like to. Between the two of these, each one is about the same amount of damage, but I think Aurelius wins out because of the extra smite levels that I happen to have on mine. It's also easier to make a good Aurelius because it's LP instead of being Weavers, which is just so hard to get a good Weavers item in my experience. So that was another pivot point for our build. After that, we ended up pivoting into a wand instead. So the rationale for this, let's back up for just a moment because we're talking about interesting offensive components of this build. First up, we were looking at these two idols that I have on the very bottom right side of my screen. Somebody in chat was looking at this version of this build as well, like some kind of Electrify Paladin multi-smite thing, and they were saying, why don't you use the idols that give you a lot of extra damage? So it says chance for additional multi-strike swords. And it seems as though these chance for additional multi-strike swords do not go above and beyond your cap. So if your cap is like 3, stacks 2 times, stacks 3 times here. So you have 3 maximum stacks of this, and then 1 maximum stack if you have this for ultimate of 4. You can't get to 5 by using these huge Rye idols here for additional multi-strike swords. But while we were testing that, we did also slap in our Foot of the Mountain, and after moving around a couple pieces, we realized that Foot of the Mountain with the minus mana cost allows you to stay at your 4 stacks. One down here, 1, 2, 3, 4 armaments. It allows you to stay at that 4 armaments even longer so that you can have all that extra damage. So let's put an Aurelius on for some movement speed, or for some attack speed, and I'll show you what this looks like. So my mana goes nice and low, and then it pops back up because I have some nodes in multi-strike that let me pop that up. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down. So the more uptime that you have of being at 4 stacks, the more consistently you can stay at a high damage level, and then it ramps up over the duration of the Electrify. So it behooves you to have something like Foot of the Mountain with a minus mana cost there. But you can do even better by using a wand. You could use a scepter as well, because scepters have access to minus mana cost, especially if you seal it on like an exalted thing, but then you're not using a unique instead with LP. But we ended up trying to use a wand. I really honestly don't have a particularly good one here. I've been trying to farm a better one. So ideally you'd have like double T7 prefixes, and like the best of the best would be using something like a Tribo Electra, which is kind of cute, but a Trib is only particularly good if you get 3 LP or 4 LP. So outside of like extreme scenarios, I think you'd be totally fine playing this build with just a wand, looking for like double T7 prefixes or 7/6 or 6/6 prefixes, something along those lines, with crit multi and elemental damage over time. Crit multi again important because of this node in Paladin there. So this is the version of our offenses that we leaned into, trying to get as much minus mana cost to accommodate the smite extra smite extra mana cost, along with multi-strike costing extra mana with the Blade Storm node, which is the focal point of this build, obviously, because that was buffed in 1.2. We talked about the offenses of this build, and I want to pivot for just a moment to talk about defenses of this build as well. Something that really stands out to me in the past of like talking about Paladin builds is Paladins, historically, before Season 2, were really squishy. And it doesn't really make sense because you think of Paladin, like the war guy, the knight guy, you want to think that, oh, he's really tanky, but he didn't have a particularly high ceiling of defenses. Enter patch 1.2, and all of a sudden, even VKs are pretty tanky, and Paladins have a lot of tanky defensive options. We are not using a shield, so there's a huge detriment to not using a shield. Not only are we not scaling block, but we also take 9% increased damage, because in Last Epoch, when you dual wield, you get punished for it before you even scale the rest of your character up. This is a dual wield character, and hopefully in the footage that you saw at the beginning of this video, you see that we're pretty flipping tanky. In the clips with normal Abberoth, we tank the normal slam. With the tier 4 Julra, we tank the slam just by standing there with no rebuke or anything. And then I guess no rebuke during the normal Abberoth. And then during the Uber Abberoth fight, we're using rebuke quite a bit, but we're also getting hit by basically everything. And it's just a matter of me being able to stand still and apply my damage sufficiently to get the fight done with. So not a super high DPS build for single target, but you saw that we had about 7.4 mil ticks for my version of the build. And then DPS, or ailment builds tick twice per second, so it's about 14 million DPS if you're just standing in one place. I'm very impressed by the defense of this build. I think it's really, really cool to play a dual wield build that has relevant defenses that can just tank slams. And of course, some of that comes from the Shattered Worlds with the 10% less implicit there. Some of that comes from this thing, which is basically 29% less damage taken because it's taken over time instead. And then, sorry, not Vengeance, but multi-strike with multi-smite. Those smites are healing you a lot, and you can recover that, taken over 4 seconds very easily. It's just cool to have options. I'm not used to playing dual wield builds that feel tanky, and it stands out to me, so I want to talk to you about that. Let's see, we talked a little bit about leveling, what the various iterations of this build look like, but suffice it to say, if you're interested in playing this build from like the very get-go, like, you don't need much. First of all, Aurelius is a super common item. If you wanted to play this build before you got Aurelius, I promise you it would still feel fine. But Aurelius is like the linchpin of this build. It's been in the game before, but now we have even more support for Electrify, extra affixes here, and specifically the extra Electrify, lightning damage over time, and the crit multi-scale in the Paladin got in past Season 2. So a lot of cool stuff there. Let's talk about the skills. We'll go through like the normal build guide stuff, skills, mastery, and gear here. And then I have one more thing that I want to talk about at the very end with all of these extra fluffy gear things in my inventory. So for our skills, we're talking about multi-strike first. The coolest thing about multi-strike is that it's a real skill, so that's amazing. Thank you, EHC, so much. I'm curious from a design perspective. Would you ever play multi-strike without taking this node here? I think the answer is no. Is it okay to have a skill in an action RPG where you always, every single time, have to take this one node? That's up for you to decide, or EHG to decide. But I certainly would never play multi-strike now that this node is added. I would never play multi-strike without this node. It's just like, it's crazy. It's so good, allowing your multi-strike bonus swords to shotgun on single target. Especially because when we turn them into smites, we have our smites multi-shotgunning on single target as well, which is an incredible amount of damage. Whether you're playing like VK, smite, like a crit build, or you're playing this, or electrify, or ignite, or even just like crit fire damage, anything. It's just, it's so good. So for our build, we experimented with a couple things. I can tell you for sure that this node is not good. Do not take this node. It makes your mana worse. It makes your damage worse. It makes your quality of life worse. Do not take this node. I'm not sure what it's doing over there. For us, we are willing to spec into Doctrine of Anvil. It takes us from 3 smites on single target to 4 smites on single target. You have less attack speed, but just build more attack speed and you can overcome this. So don't worry about that. We do put 2 points into Bladed Focus. You will be needing this. And then if you're using a shield, just spec some extra points into Vengeful. So we have 25 points. A lot of the nodes in Guarding Stance and Way of the Sword, they're kind of fluff. You don't really need these points. I've got 2 points and an extra bonus point here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, like 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 7 points that don't really do anything and 2 more that are like spec'd up here. You got a lot of flexibility with multi-strike. Don't worry about it. Next up, star of the show is Smite. We already talked about some of the funny business going on with this thing shotgunning on single target. That's news to me. You already knew that though, because your brain's huge. So what's the benefit of playing Smite as an ailment applier? So in case you don't know, like new players checking out Last Epoch, generic more multipliers do work for ailments. So this is a 250% more damage multiplier for Smite. And of course, we're doing an ailment. We're doing lightning damage over time in the form of Electrify. So this is 250% more lightning damage for Electrify there. We only put 4 points into Atonement because I skimp around the edges. 4 points is fine. Your health is going to flicker down and up, but don't worry about that too much. Just 4 is fine. The benefit of turning Smite into a Electrify damage instead of a Ignite damage source is that if we are Electrified, we can scale Electrify chance and we can scale Ignite chance at the same time. Of course, we also get all the lightning damage over time synergy that's in the Paladin skill tree, and the crit multi gives you lightning damage over time. So that crit multi scaling as well. So there's a lot of reasons to be pivoting into lightning damage instead of just like Ignite stuff. And then, of course, we get the Charged Hand, giving us a bunch of duration and penetration. And then this node for double hits. So yeah, just like the lightning version, I think is where you want to be here. We have some Electrified chance, some Ignite chance. It gets converted into Electrified chance. And these 4 points up here, which kind of explain why for my particular build, I put +4 to Smite on my Shattered Worlds. So for me, I really wanted a way to cleanse myself repeatedly, the same way that you've obviously seen lots of judgment builds this patch stand on top of Uber Abberoth and just cleanse themselves over and over and over and over and over, which allows them to stand in those frailty pools. So my damage pattern, my playstyle during the Uber Abberoth fight was similar to what a judgment build would look like. Just stand on top of the boss, be tanky enough to get hit a couple times, and then cleanse yourself over and over and keep applying that damage. So that's what I was looking for with this playstyle. If you're not doing Uber Abberoth, take these 4 points off, put them somewhere else instead. Or maybe even don't put +4 onto your relic and put crit multi onto your relic instead. So that's 2 skills there. Next up, I want to talk about Symbols of Hope. Symbols of Hope is a great pivot, or it is a great segue for talking about why we want to be an Electrify build instead of being the Ignite build. If you were in an Ignite build, your Symbols of Hope would only give you this one Ignite node here, which is a 150% chance to Ignite on hit. For us, we get to use the Ignite node and the Electrify node because the Ignite gets converted into Electrify chance here. So we take all of these extra points, and it gives us, what, 300% chance to apply on hit, which is just amazing. So we have 20 plus 5 points. So we have +1 point from the Shattered Worlds, +2 point from the Nihilist Amulet, which frankly, a Nihilist Amulet is like, it's pretty farmable. Like, I know it might be out of reach of like the most casual players, but like an okay Nihilist that happens to have 1 LP on it, like if you're gaming, this should be like a real goal for anyone. Like, I know it's like Uber, like Abberoth, not Uber Abberoth, but it's still like a pretty attainable item in my opinion. Let's go back to Symbols of Hope. We have 25 levels, and we're going to talk about this later on when it comes to gearing, but Orion Sunseal, I think, is a great addition to this build. So when we get chunked for a whole bunch of damage, we get like a free activation of our Symbols of Hope without me having to manually click it. So I think that's a pretty neat thing to have. It also has like some other relevant stats on it. And even just the +2 to Symbols of Hope, each plus level gives us 30% chance to electrify on hit, which is 60% total. So it's just a ring that has a good defensive component on it. It's got armor, symbol gain rate, healing effect, and then it also has 60% chance to apply on hit. And then if you get one with 2 or 3 LP, then this is a nice thing to have. 2 out of 3 LPs line up with you farming red rings, especially if you're playing in CWF, because you're going to do prophecies for unique rings. And while you're farming your unique rings, you'll find naturally some 2 LP or 3 LP Orient Sunseals there. So that's our Symbols of Hope. Then we spec up to the top for +1, down to the bottom for +1. Next up, let's talk about Holy Aura. Holy Aura is not doing too much for us, but I think it's the most relevant skill. It also gives us plus damage to Healing Hands, gives us more damage per specialized buff skill. That's a buff skill, and it's good enough. So the extra resistance and endurance here, we're using this. The elemental resistance, because of the Paladin skill tree, gives us access to this, which I'm not spec'd into, so pretend I didn't say that. Importantly, we're also grabbing all the more damage up here, or sorry, all the increased damage here, some bonus penetration, and the attack speed. So like, it doesn't do much, but I think it does enough, and I think you're just willing to spec into it. The last skill is Healing Hands. So we kind of have 3 DPS skills here. We have like Multi-Strike, which is dealing a little bit of with a little bit of electrify damage. For example, we have a chance to electrify on melee hits on our Aurelius, and we have some generic electrify chance in the Paladin skill tree, and over here, like the electrify, generic electrify on hit. But Healing Hands is a fire skill, so electrify on fire hit, lightning hit, it doesn't quite work there. But Healing Hands has these nodes on the far right side that give you a lot of clear speed. So some bonus chance to electrify on hits, and then this Holy Winds node. It's got a lot of text on it, but basically what it says is if you have 2 monsters that are next to each other, one of them has 10 stacks of electrify, and the other one has 10 stacks of electrify. If you can spread from one to the other, and then from one to the other, they'll both put their 10 stacks on the other. So instead of 10 and 10, you'll have 20 and 20 on both of them. So it's a really nice bit of bonus clear speed there. Doesn't do anything for single target, but it's still fine. In terms of defense, especially against the void monster Abberoth, you'd like to have some less void damage taken, so this is great here. I have it as a melee hit, because if I get it as a melee hit, then it will electrify on melee hit with the Aurelius there. And then we have the minus mana cost nodes over here, and it's nice to have an iframe where you take no damage while you're moving, so that you can just like move through some dangerous things in a precarious situation, like during the Uber Abberoth fight, for example. So those are your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills. Let's talk about the Mastery 2. We are using a sword, so we're going all the way to the top of the Sentinel skill tree, grabbing this bonus attack speed. These nodes down here make a lot of sense. Doesn't need much explanation. We are dual wielding, and then we're using our multi-strike skill to gain a percentage of our missing health. That's a really cool buff. I'm glad they added that to the game. And then the mana. And of course, the mana is very important because it's a mana-hungry build. I have 6 points into Void Knight because I'm trying to get my Void Res up to about 115. Because 115 allows me to make full use of my Null Portent, less damage taken. And then 0 points in Forge Guard, unless you're using a shield, in which case you might consider using the Steel Aegis node. And then in Paladin, we are, let's see, what are we doing here? The important, I'll call it the important ones first, and then I'll call it the fluff ones that you can kind of flex around later. Conviction gives us lots of penetration. Valor gives us some flat health and endurance. So we have a lot of access to percent increased health off of things like a Null Portent, or even like your percent increased health and your hybrid health in your belt, and looking for like a few extra sources of flat life from nodes like this, to me, makes a lot of sense. I like this flat life here. So if I got like flat health on my Osirian, maybe I would have spec'd something different, but I really wanted flat life, but I hit Fizz Res instead on my ring here. So getting some kind of flat res along with endurance is great. We don't have much less damage taken from critical strikes. We are using a helmet, the Leonine Great Helm here, for 75% reduced, but we're not using anything on top of that. But on the other hand, we are blinding most all enemies because we have lots of good coverage and lots of attack speed, lots of small hits. So we should be able to blind things very, very easily. So this, along with a tiny bit of crit reduction, should make you good in that regard. 5 points here, basically just for necrotic res, but it happens to give you some other relevant stats too. 5 points here, more damage to electrified. We put all 10 points into Holy Precision. Previously, I had been using a different relic that had plus 50 critical strike multiplier on it. But after I took that off, I needed to get more crit multi from a different source, so I ended up putting points into this instead. I've seen other people use an electrified build and try to put a whole bunch of points into Void Knight, specifically because it helps you get leech. Note, this build actually has 0 leech in it, and we did Uber Abberoth. It's a little bit tricky because our damage is a little bit low compared to other more meta builds, but it's doable. It's very doable because you want to be cleansing yourself repeatedly with Smite, and because of that, you're also healing yourself repeatedly with Smite. Combine that with relevant defenses from the rest of our gear, and you get like a pretty tanky character that doesn't actually need leech, and it's pretty cool, so I do like that. We have 6 points in this. I guess some bonus electrified chance, but the 5 points is the most important here. The 5-point bonus is more lightning damage over time per added crit multi. After that, we have some Reverence of Duality for a bunch of relevant stats for us. It gives us about the same life, I guess for my particular build. It gives me about the same life as putting a bunch of points into Prayer Aegis instead, but then we also get the bonus of the increased damage, the healing effect, and some bonus mana too. 5 points here feel wonderful. This is increased effect of everything that Holy Aura and everything that Symbols of Hope give you. Remember, Symbols of Hope gives you a 300 ailment chance along with a bunch of other benefits. So this is pretty cool. And then, above level 90, I've been speccing a couple points into this. So let's talk about fluff points and where your fluff points might go. These, I'm calling them fluff points. Oh, I actually skipped one, didn't I? I apologize. I can't read. You can read, or at least you can watch a video. Divine Essences give you reduced damage over time you take by 5%. So I previously had a bunch of points specced into Covenant of Protection, but strictly speaking, these should be just better. Having about 4 points in Divine Essence gives you pretty much maximum uptime of having all 3 of these, which gives you 15% less or reduced damage taken. It shouldn't be reduced. There should be less damage taken. I don't know what it is, but it should be, damage reduction by 5% times 3. So yeah, these are absolutely something that I'm happy to take here. So I'm glad that Twitch chat helped me learn how to read. So our fluff points, once you get to like level 90 or something, you're like kind of putting a few more points into your skill tree. So Covenant of Protection is a good one. These Ignite points here, remember all of your Ignite chance becomes Electrify chance on Smite, which is the brunt of our damage. And then even some bonus attack speed up here could be relevant for you as well. If you're looking for more flat health, Prayer Aegis is fine. It's a good one. If you're going for a shield version, then 100% you would be taking these shield nodes as well, and you'd be super tanky, wouldn't you? So that is the mastery there. Let's talk about the gear, and then we'll talk about the exciting part, which is all these items that I've pulled up on the screen here. So for our helmets, we're looking for things like Healing Hands and Electrify Chance. I think Healing Hands is a good choice here. I see you have 27 levels, which is 4, 5, and then 6, 7 from Nihilus. In our Healing Hands, if you didn't have +4, for example, you'd have to be trimming like maybe a mana cost node, but mana cost is important for us. You can be trimming some of these defensive nodes in the top right, like 1, 2, 3, and then maybe a mana cost node, or like maybe a Electrified Chance node. You could do that as well. You could opt not to turn it into a melee skill. That's another option if you want to trim around the edges. Or maybe you like using an unspec'd lunge instead of using the Healing Hands iframe movement skill up here, like the immune to damage while moving. So there's a couple nodes you can trim on the edges. I'm greedy, so I wanted everything. So I just took everything and put +4 on my helmet. I guess alternatively, you do like T7% health and be even tankier than I am down here. But the Electrify and Lightning skill hits, flat health, percent health, things along those lines are what you're looking for. For our body armor, I think Null Portent makes a lot of sense. Holy Aura, along with like the rest of the Paladin nodes, gives you a lot of access to resistances. So things like Annihilus gives you plus to all resistances. There's a Blessing for plus to all resistances. It's pretty easy to get a whole bunch of resistances. And even like, I have one idol here for 23 Void Res, just to get a little bit closer to that 115 mark to get that bonus less damage taken. What tier 7 modifier do you want in your Null Portent? I opted for tier 7% health because I want to be as tanky as possible, and we have a lot of damage already for like an ailment build. I don't think you'd want T7% chance to apply on hit because we already have a lot of percent chance to apply on hit, and we scale pretty well by just being alive and standing in place and not having to dodge too many things, and instead just, you know, repeatedly healing ourselves, cleansing ourselves, and just standing in place with our minus mana cost from Foot of the Mountain, for example. We'll talk about our 2 weapons. We talked about this earlier in the video as well when we were talking about like the interesting offenses. So you can scroll back to that a portion of the video if you'd like to. We're prioritizing Crit Multi because 2 Crit Multi gives 1% more damage for lightning damage over time. Ele Dot is a good place to be as well. For our Aurelius, we were previously using an Aurelius that had T7 multi with Ignite on it. The T7 multi with T5 melee attack speed feels much better. We have a lot of access to Ignite and Electrify and Hit, especially thanks to Sigils of Hope, and just having more attack speed feels really, really good. So I made that pivot personally when I was using a Weaver's Gift as well, because it's like a little bit higher base attack speed, that 1.08, but when I pivoted to this thing and used a 1.02, it's just a tiny bit slower, and I wanted more attack speed, and it ended up being definitely the right choice. So I'll pass that information on to you. For our belts, you don't want poison damage. That actually doesn't do much for you, believe it or not. So you can go Cleanse as a prefix, you could Seal Cleanse, or you could just say Smite's going to be my only source of cleanse, and instead I'm going to only do like elemental damage over time, and lightning damage could be your other prefix here, and then as much HP as possible. If I could make my perfect belt, I would of course have Sealed Cleanse, and then T5 lightning damage, T5 LE dot, T7% health, and then T5 hybrid health as a suffix there. For rings, we're using an Osirian plus a Orion Sunseal. I think Osirian tends to be like a little bit overlooked even by like endgame gamers. Like, it has less damage taken. It has Chill, which my build otherwise doesn't have access to. It just makes bosses move slower. It has Shock, which means they're going to be more prone to getting stunned, which might happen if you're playing a good build. And then 10% more damage because we're attacking a lot. We have a lot of shock chance, and it's very easy to get 10 stacks of shock on the enemy. So it's not a red ring of Atlaria, which is what, 10% less damage taken, but it's 2 or 3 or 4% less damage taken. It's got more damage on it, and importantly for me, because I'm looking for more damage, it allows me to put extra modifiers as a prefix when I LP them onto my Osirian here. We're going to talk about this in a moment. We're going to talk about attunement stacking after the gearing section. We'll get there, I promise. For our gloves, we're looking for something that have a bunch of attack speed and life on them. If you're not having access to Immortal Eyes, honestly, I would just use Wingguard. Something like a 1, 2, or 3 LP with maybe bonus attack speed. Or if you're playing in hardcore, I would look for T7 hybrid health first, and then I would evolve as I continue getting more and more LP onto my Wingguards there. Foot of the Mountain, for me, I'm actually boot swapping. I'm boot swapping my Blood of the Exile for the most part because it puts me up to 94 movement speed. It's just a really fast pair of boots with relevant text on them. And then when I do bosses or like any kind of relevant single target fight, I'll pivot off of 94 down to 63 movement speed, but it gives me more access to minus mana cost, which means I can sustain those 4 stacks of multi-strike armaments for even more damage. So I can show you a little bit what that damage difference looks like. Currently, I've been swapping my gear around, so don't worry about what the damage number is. Just note the comparison between the damage numbers that I'm about to show you here. So it looks like, without looking at anything else, sort of like without holding down like Holy Aura, what are we at, like 6.3 or something? At 6.3 nil or so. Somewhere like that. Alright, so let's put on our Blood of the Exile. And Blood of the Exile means that we're gonna be bottoming out more often. So I show you the comparison here. So we were like 6.3 before, and now we're what, like, what are we at? I'm gonna let it bottom out like 1 or 2 more times. Like 5.1, 5.3. Yeah, like 5.3 or so. Okay, so that's the difference between having the minus mana cost stuff available to you there. Look at that damage. Oh, it's so good. Let's talk about our gear. And then last would be Shattered Worlds. We're using this because it has less damage taken. It really doesn't do much for us, but it has increased effect of Frenzy, and Frenzy is relevant because Nihilus gives us our Frenzy. So when we really want damage, we want to barrel roll into our enemy with our Evade button, and then we have bonus attack speed, and even bonus attack speed because of this thing here. We're not using the crit. We don't use the attributes. The +1's fine. The haste feels good, but it's the less damage taken as the implicit that feels great. If you wanted like a budget, quote unquote, replacement for this, you'd be using something like a, oh man, what's it called? Twisted Heart, probably, because Twisted Heart has a bunch of life on it. It has a bunch of strength on it. It has +1 to your elemental skills, and then you could just LP it, like crit multi onto it as well. So honestly, a 1 LP Twisted Heart with T7 crit multi or T7 like smite, yeah, that's probably what your alternative is until you get one of these. So I haven't put too much thought into it, but like that's probably what you would end up doing instead. So that does it for our gear here. Let's talk about idols as well. So someone told me, they made me very sad because they made me realize that Sentinel idols are really quite mediocre if you're not playing a VK. Which pains me, and it's true. If you're playing like a Judgment healing effect build, you can go healing effect prefix on a 2x2 with block effect suffix on that 2x2 idol, and that's a very good idol for you to be using for that build here. I'm not scaling healing effect, and I came to the conclusion that what I'd like to do most with my idols is actually just use like these ones here, like these 20% chance to ignite on hit. So 20, 40, 60, 80, and then I use a couple of these because I'm trying to get some relevant Weaver suffixes. So Weaver suffix of like 7 crit multi is what, like it's 2, but 3, it's 3.5 more damage, sure. Armor mitigation applies to damage over time, reduced damage taken from critical strikes, somewhere thereabouts. So there's our armor right there that we're looking at, what was 9,000 armor. Yeah, so idols are really boring, but just anything with like a bunch of ignite chance on it is kind of what we're looking for. The most important thing that I call out is this one right here. So the suffix is chance to apply frailty on hit. I have no frailty on my character, and having frailty on an idol is amazing. So I'm going to be using this on every single build. I love having frailty on an idol. It's a great quality of life thing to include in your character. You can ultimately get it somewhere else. You could seal it somewhere, but having an option is always nice. So I like this kind of thing. Let's go to blessings real quick. We have crit multi because crit multi is good. This thing gives us lightning damage. Cool. All res here. Percent increased armor. Obviously, if you're using a shield, you swap this into block. And then flat armor here. That does it for the character. We could talk about the very important cosmetics because this smite is really pretty. I do like it a lot. Okay, so the more important thing to talk about is everything that's down on the bottom right corner of the screen. So these are like alternatives to how you might want to be gearing your character. And I think it's really fun to talk about this kind of stuff because it kind of means like your version of this build could be different or better or worse or have different quality of life than mine. Or maybe you just try a different version of this build. So one of the most exciting things for me about Paladin right now is that in the Paladin Mastery, we have these nodes in the middle that gives us health regen per attunement. We have an endurance threshold per attunement, and then we have even some flat regen over here and some flat regen from Symbols of Hope over here. So we have a lot of stuff that kind of makes me wonder if a Vessel of Strife might be a good choice here. So Vessel of Strife is not so hard to farm these days because you don't need to do the tier 4 temporal sanctum over and over, but you can because you can use the portal charms to farm it. But you can also grab the what is it? It's called a dungeon. Where are the dungeon nodes at? These dungeon nodes here. Nope, not those dungeon nodes. Where are the dungeon nodes? Are they, yeah, these ones. Okay, so I just spec'd out of them. But if you're interested in farming vessels or foot of the mountain, for example, this Warden's Echo makes it really easy to just like go about your normal affairs, and also you happen to be farming these dungeon unique items at the same time. So I love this node. It's a little bit rippy actually. It's kind of dangerous because the monsters are scary, but it's a very good way of farming those monsters without having like a dedicated farming session. So I do like that. For this, there's kind of a suite of items that might go along with it. So like you would be stacking attunement, presumably, right? Because we talked about the attunement stacking here, the attunement stacking here. So you'd be stacking attunement. This version of the build may end up being a Red Ring of Atlaria build as well. It may end up being a Wall of Nothing build instead of using a Null Portent. So Null Portent is 20% less damage taken. This thing is like 12% chance to take no damage, but it gives you ward scaling instead of not having ward scaling. And then you'd have your bonus attunement, or sorry, endurance threshold per attunement from Prayer Aegis. And then, of course, that becomes Ward Decay threshold with Wall of Nothing. And then if you're opting into Defiance, you get more endurance threshold per uncapped elemental resistance. And as a paladin, it's really easy to have a whole bunch of uncapped elemental resistance. So that's a cool way to go about doing it that you could opt into if you wanted to. Why am I not using these items instead? I was thinking hard about whether I wanted to be like double Red Ring, T7 attunement, trying to get up to the 180 threshold point. And that I really thought that I just needed more percent increased damage instead, which is why I ended up having this. So I've got my T7 LE dot with damage over time, T7 LE dot with damage over time, just trying to get as much damage into this build as possible because I was skeptical about how much damage I would actually have. So my goal was to get to Uber Abberoth, and my character ended up being very tanky. I'm glad that it did, and we didn't need a Red Ring of Atlaria to get to that point. So I love having options, and this is just another place where like Last Epoch allows us to have build variety. Like we have this thing that looks very good, but it has an opportunity cost of not using other things. Like I don't get chill in my build. I don't get, extra LP to get more damage or percent increased damage. Or maybe it would make me, put attunement or strength as the prefixes on my gear instead of having these other things, or instead of just focusing on flat life instead. So it's fun to think about it, and I'm glad that there's options out there. I didn't end up doing this, but if you want to try this, you could. Other things to talk about are the belts. I opted into a Praetorian belt, which has up to 250 flat armor. 250 flat armor is about the same amount of armor that you might get from a Grand Blessing here, which is a lot of flat armor. So for us, the alternatives would be like an Orion's Descent. Orion's Descent has this like chance to cast Smite on hit, but realistically, it's like 6 smites every 10 seconds. And you can do more than that if you just like chug potions, which is like awesome if you can kill the enemy within the period of time where you have your potions. It's also awesome if you're not using your potions for cleanse, right? So I guess you'd want cleanse on your belt if that's going to be an argument, but you know what I mean. It's like using your potions offensively instead of using them defensively. I think Orion's Descent stands out a lot more for having up to 25 intelligence on it for like intelligence stacking builds, or even like Red Ring builds that really are just like stretching to get extra attributes into their build, into their character. So it's an option. It gives you more damage, it does, but it costs you 250 flat armor, and it also like you need 2 or 3 or 4 LP, whereas I can just like put the affixes that I want on this, including poison damage, because that's really important here, isn't it? The other belt that I was using earlier in this character was Viper Tail. Viper Tail is slow on hit, which is relevant sometimes, and it also has melee attack speed up to 10%. So we're basically a melee attack speed build. It's a more multiplier for stacking all the ailments on the character, but I wanted more defenses instead and more access to percent increased damage. So I think the Praetorian belt ends up being a pretty good choice there. We talked about a couple of things here. We talked about the boot swap, also talked about this and the idols. If you don't have a Nihilus using something like, honestly, like your level 0 build, like picking up items off the ground as a new character, a Jade Amulet, it has attack speed on it, and you put crit multi, and you put elemental damage over time. So that's like your level 0 item. LPing that onto a bleeding heart gives you another source of leech. That seems like a great place to be. But realistically, just Nihilus is what you look for there. There are people in chat who've been advocating on behalf of Static Shell. Static Shell gives you another more multiplier, up to 15% more lightning damage to shocked enemies. It is more damage, but one of the things that I've really enjoyed most about my character is that it's so relevant and like defensively. Like I can just tank things like normal Abberoth Slam, Tier 4 Jewelry Slam, and a lot of different things from Uber Abberoth as well. It's like get hit by everything, please. So you can get more damage off this, but it would cost you moving your character from side to side, and that's boring. So who enjoys doing that, right? That about does it for the character. We talked about a lot of things here. We didn't talk too much about leveling, but honestly, let's like, man, if you go like multi-strike, spec into smite, and just like start playing the build, you're gonna have fun super early on. I'd be unsurprised if anyone told me that this was their season start character and they just really enjoyed playing it. Real briefly, I know this is the very end of the video, but I want to tell you that I was surprised that this particular build, like some kind of electrify multi-smite thing, like surely somebody would have played this build early on in the patch. It turns out this node was bugged. I don't know exactly what's going on with it, but like it lowered your attack speed by more than it was supposed to. Someone said that if you ever took this node, your build is permanently bricked, even if you spec'd out of it. So I guess because of a bug, I understand why there wasn't more popularity of multi-strike builds at the beginning of the 1.2 patch. But here we are right now. The bug's been fixed. This node feels good. Again, don't do it. Don't take this node. It's not good. But this node's very good. So it feels great to use. Yeah, so I guess on a personal level, I fucking love it. Like, it feels great to take a build that's like not an established meta build and bring it all the way to Uber Abberoth. We learned a lot along the way. We learned some things that might be bugs. We tried a lot of different variations of the character, and like we found something that we settled on, and then we juiced it up and took it to like the final boss. So like having that kind of like story behind a build, like that's exactly what I want from an action RPG, and it just makes me so happy to play a build that not only has all those components to it, but it's also so fucking pretty. Have you seen this build, dude? It's so good. Cool. If you're playing this build, if you experiment with it, or if you iterate on it and make it better or worse than mine, please let me know in the comments of the video, because having that kind of feedback is always really fun. This video has been rambly, been a lot of fast talking. Hopefully it's been good information. If you like that kind of stuff, leave a comment, subscribe. I'll see you next time. All right. Pew. Whew. Hi, YouTube. What up, dude? Did you come into a YouTube video? You sure did, baby. If you have the Sentinel idol that makes Smite have an extra chance to be cast with a throwing attack, does the Smite use specialization of the skill? Yes. Deified, yes. Pew, 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 pew. Alright, I think I said just about everything that I needed to say. Why without Divine Bolts? Because they weren't making my single target damage appreciably better, and I really only care about Uber Abberoth. Now that I know I can do Uber Abberoth, I could put those nodes back in. But for a while there, I was like just try harding as much as I can to get single target damage. Oops. What's needed for the build? You can leave start this. Build's great. This can Uber. It sure can, baby. It's not great at it, but it can. That's important to me. Go back here. Do it. We did it already. Can I just play the recording for you? Is that okay? Hello, YouTube, and welcome back. Nope, that's not it. Was this it? You about Uber Abberoth? Okay. There. It's all the footage that we need. Can you show me how to slam something with 3 LP or anything like that? Can I show you to slam something? Are you unfamiliar with the terminology slam? You are. Slam refers to the temporal sanctum. It refers to legendary potential. So how do you slam something? You take an exalted item, you put it into the oven. You take a unique item, you also put it into the oven, and then you cross your fingers that it turns out well. So 1 LP slams are deterministic as long as you are doing Temporal Sanctum level 2 or higher. So it is very easy to make 1 LP items. It literally could not be easier to make 1 LP items. Let's take this node. When it comes to like 2 LP or 3 LP items, think about it this way. Your 1 LP is guaranteed, so the second LP is going to choose one of 3 things. So if you're trying to get like double prefix, for example, double prefix would be a 1 in 3 chance, right? So 1 in 3 chance that you can slam double prefix onto an item. If you have a 3 LP that you're trying to slam, and you want exactly 3 affixes, I believe it's also 1 in 3, right? It's a 1 in 3 that you hit. Sounds right to me. Hey, Gerhelt, welcome. Appreciate that. Looking for light blue items. Oops. Oop. Judgment and throwing damage. Hey, thanks for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. Can't reach 999 stacks. You're always stuck in 500 corruption stacks. Do you have the unbalanced scale node in Smite? So I don't know exactly what your build is. Could be an ailment chance. Maybe you just don't have enough ailment chance. It could be not enough attack speed. There's a bunch of duration already. Does my build get 999 stacks with Bloody the Exile? Let's go check it out real quick. Let's go like this real quick. Okay.
Hello, traveler.
It's a 5-point bonus. Alright, so let's
Not
do that.
dwell on the regrets.
Do. The exclamation point build is updated. There we go. Like I gotta drain my mana. Give me like 5 seconds here. Hold on. Oh, I wonder if you're using a wand. The person who's asking about 999 stacks. I wonder if you're using a wand or not. Because I can maintain 999 stacks without Foot of the Mountain. Can I do it without a wand? Let's see. So with no wand, no Foot of the Mountain, I'm at like 920, 950, 920, 950, 920, 950. So that'd be like my shield DPS, right? Like if I was using a shield that had like 3 million DPS. But I could like, you know, I could do this. So I guess like if I were doing shield plus Foot of the Mountain, then I'd be back at 999. So the shield, my DPS is like 5.8 or 4.8? 4.8, 4.5, somewhere thereabouts. Yeah. So it's not, it's like 40% less damage, right? The ignite comes from healing hands and from multi-strike itself. Yeah, maybe it's just more chance. That could be it. Doesn't really do much. Well, I don't know, it deals damage, I guess, but I've got like some healing, some poison res, I don't know. We did try it, and we tested like how much damage is adding, and like I couldn't see like an appreciable difference, so I just didn't. If I were going to use a unique wand, maybe Trib. I think I'd go Trib. We talked about it.
Stand down.
A Trib with +3 gives you 150 ailment chance, and then also has like evade cooldown, which is neat. We don't have a lot of flat spell damage, and we're also not scaling spells. So Mad Alchemist Ladle is only giving you like the electrified chance as written on it, which is relevant, I guess. Wrong warp gives you haste. We have haste already. It gives you spell damage per movement speed, but we're not scaling spell damage. Yeah, neither really does anything.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
See, we need an Ellie dot wand. Or like some kind of damage over time wand. Come on, EHG. Put it in the game. I'll use it. Just one measly little wand, man. I've got nothing to put in there, right? Maybe I should do wand prophecies. Yeah, maybe I should. We talk about Falcon Umbra Blades builds and Falcon Dive Bomb builds and Falcon Ballista builds. How's the Falcon Bleed build? That build was really strong last patch, but I don't even talk about it anymore. How's that build doing? It's like the Bleed Falconer stuff. AK Corruption. Buckhanded do Uber Abbey. Very strong. Got it. Love that. Can Falconer be nerfed? Is that a thing? Is it possible? Unallowed? Interesting.
Stand down or die. Ha!
Oops, there we go. It is weird to think that Falconer... During the podcast, I make the joke about like having lots of different video games all wrapped up into one. And like, sometimes it's nice. Like, it is cool that there's so many different experiences tied up in the Lassie Bucket at the same time. But like, they're all kind of playing the same game, measured against one another. Like, Falconer's fucking crazy, dude. Like, Why would you play other builds? Holy shit. It's a similar conversation. Ooh, what was this? Ugh. Similar conversation to like Merchants Guild versus CUF. Like, man, like I like CUF. I promise I like CUF. But like, holy shit, dude. You just fucking buy everything you want. That's crazy. And you can imprint items at the same time. Also crazy. Yeah, apparently the dive bomb thing they fixed.
Yeah.
Twunk. Wounding bleed duration. So this one here. It's double T7 with 37. I think 37 is the one that I've imprinted right now as well, right? Yeah, it's like just not different at all. Mine is 22. Okay, so it's dead. What are you saying? With blue gear, yeah. It's like, it's kind of like silly blue gear, because like it was done offline to like make sure that it had like the right blue gear. But it's blue gear with like relevant offensive modifiers and like 0 defensive modifiers, right? So like it's blue, but like it's still just like T5 of like the right stuff. But it does illustrate a point very well. Which is like Falconer is pretty fucking crazy. What am I doing here? I want this. Sure, but still? Yeah, exactly. Sure, but still. I think the nerf to Frostclaw spark charges was totally fine. Necessary and totally fine.
Stand down or die.
It's still good. The build literally does not exist anymore. Huh? It's now a Frostclaw Elinova build. It is different. Punk.
Mana courses through me. My research wasted.
I wonder if anyone's like using Marrowphage. It's a cool item. What's the point of cocooned items? They have increased chance to have LP. Now, why not simply have the item drop with an increased chance of LP? It's a great question. Why did we add identifying items into a game that previously had done away with identifying items? I don't know. That's a good question. So you can sell it? People buy those?
Stand down or die.
Cocooned items? No. People don't buy those, do they?
Die, human.
Really? Cool. Merchants Guild.
Yeah.
I don't know how much 20 pen would do for me. I opened 1,000 cocooned rings. True. They have higher bias toward LP unique items. Well, yeah, they literally do. Correct.
Stand down or die.
The purpose of cocooned items is that they have a higher chance to have LP and a higher LP. That is what they do. That is the point. It's kind of like when people say like, man, isn't it weird that normal idols are so bad and all my idols end up being Weaver idols by the end of it? It's like, why do normal idols even exist? It's like, that is a good observation because it's literally the express purpose that your build ends up transitioning off of normal idols onto Weaver idols. That is how it was designed. You are supposed to have Weaver idols by the end of the game because they are better than your normal idols. It's not a complaint. You're just realizing that that's how the game was made. Cemetery, that's right. Poor lizard. Should we keep playing this build? I have zero problem with that. I could just like slap on a shield and play this game blindfolded. That could be fun. Nah. I need some sense of adventure. There we go. Try the vessel variant. We could. We could try the vessel variant. You know what? That could be fun. I don't mind that. I don't want to take it to Abberoth, because I think it'd be worse. Maybe. But like, yeah, we could try that out. Hey, here's a question for you. Let me address the visual learners in chat.
Stand down or die.
No, it's a more important question than that. Bum 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 bum. 15 left, 2. What's this thing? Just for a moment. Just humor me.
You're dead.
Stand down or die.
Can you reroll stats and uniques that are slammed? Yes, you can.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, it does. There's not a single way that I could justify this, right? We're not dual wielding, so we're tankier. It still has +1 to skills on it. Doesn't have minus mana cost, so it costs us like 20% more damage. Okay, so probably not. But it does give us spark charges. I do like spark charges. Just consider it. Think about it. Oh, there's the affixes are for a chance to electrify. It's chance to electrify on lightning hits with lightning skills. And it says more damage for spark charges applied by melee attacks. It applies to electrify as well. There's no justification for this whatsoever. Taking away, got these points. Alright. Oh wait, I did the cemetery. Oh fuck. My intent was to do the cemetery and then place some stuff on my echo web. Oops.
Burn eternal.
Been having a good time this season? Yes.
This broken world will not mourn you. Break the floor.
Funk.
I can
Funk.
still fight.
Would multi-strike smite ignite be worthwhile, or is electrify just that much? I think ignite is just a worse version of electrify. We talked about it in the video. The more lightning damage for crit multi. The more per crit multi, and then you get access to this node, which doubles your hits. This node for duration and penetration. You get access to things like Auralis, which gives you electrify as well. And then, as an example with Symbols of Hope, instead of only getting the Ignite node, you get the Ignite node and the Electrify node. More damage to Electrified, Lightning Penetration. Yeah. Like, the Ignite chance is good, but, like, you take this anyways, because it still gives you Electrify chance. And Electrify is Lightning, which gets Shock as well. And then Shock, of course, is a source of Lightning resistant Shred. And then we get Lightning Shred here for free. Yeah. I guess you could take these, but this, like, built into the node that you're taking anyways. Yeah, I think, like, the big thing is this one, right? Like, 20 Ignite per point's pretty cool. If you're playing a Forge Guard, you can, like, take these nodes with a two-hander or something, I guess. But, like, the more Ignite damage, if you're, like, timing your Holy Aura, like, that could be cool, I guess. But, like, even just looking at these two nodes here and seeing, like, Electrify gets to double dip, because Electrify gets Ignite chance and Electrify chance, and the Ignite version only gets Ignite chance, not Electrify chance. I think so. Pinching using Enigma is Mad Lightning build. I think that build is a Sork build, is it not? I don't think that build's a Paladin build, unless I'm crazy. I might be. In any case, yeah, we're gonna call it quits tonight. We did a lot of talking. We did a nice big recording. I'm not going to finish doing the recording and, like, the video editing tonight, but, like, I have all the footage that I need, so I'll just, like, put that together tomorrow. That'll be up at YouTube at some point. Forge Gun instead of Paladin? Maybe. Spell crit spine. Yeah, maybe. Go Forge Guard, crit smite Spine of Malatros. Yeah, you do it. Listen, you should feel encouraged by me to do experiments like that. That's an awesome experiment, and you should do it. So good. Let's see if we can host someone who's playing video games tonight, Chad. See Warden's up. I see some VTubers. I see Babbling Bike as well. Let's go see what Babbling's up to. Voids. What's a Void Storm Void Knight? Hammer throw? Love it. Alright. VK. Void hammers over time. Yeah. Love that. Let's go see what it looks like, chat. I'll see you next time, alright? Have a good night.